going not too early, but a little bit. We are picking up our Bob Ross needle felting project once again. Is that zoomed? Oh, damn it! Camera! You're trying my patience, camera. Who told you to turn autofocus back on? I can't have autofocus on. Nope, I need to be a little bit more. Camera be pushing my buttons, yo. Yeah, that's probably pretty good there. It looks huge on my OBS preview. Okay, the lighting looks a little better today. I switched the light setting on the one light. Excuse me. Alright, so we're gonna pin that. Okay. So, we are back to our Bob Ross needle felting projects. We're still trying to finish up the season 3 of Joy of Painting. Except instead of painting, instead of paint, we are following along with needle felts. We are painting with fiber, fluff. I'm rolling backwards here. That's not good. I don't really have anywhere else I can put this container, so. Container, anchor us, please. Okay. So, we have our, I didn't make a reference photo yet of our sketch because it was the sketch. So let me grab our sketchbook here. Try to find the one that we were, there we are. Okay. So we're gonna start out with, I'm all over the place today. So we're following along with season 3, Joy of Painting. We are on episode 10, the campfire one. We have the tutorial for the Bob Ross channel on YouTube in the bottom corner. The link is pinned in the chat if you would like to go watch it in full, because we are going to have it paused a great deal of the time. That looks about as straight as we're going to get it, and probably as centered as we're going to get it. This is just the backing from an 8x10 photo frame that I am using to block out our shape here. This one doesn't seem to have much wiggle room on the top and bottom. So we might end up cutting some of that off, or we might use some different dowels, because we don't have very much gluing space there, do we? To work with. Alright. So I need to find roughly where we're going to have our different planes here. So let's see here. So the bottom, gonna have our water kind of coming around into here. It's probably too much water. But, you know, this is just pen. It's fine. We can always change our mind and adjust something later. It's all good. Alright, so then we need a little bit of space back in here, so pathway, how much of a pathway do we want? Let's just kind of do a rough pen in here. Maybe about there. So have like a rough ground line here for where he's gonna sit, and it kind of seemed like it was slightly raised up. Maybe a little bit of a hill here. Not much, not much. Alright, so and then we've got our trees up in here, and then these. Okay, I think that's probably good enough for sketch lines in, because everything else is gonna kind of be blended up here. Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of like pre-project sketching we needed to do on this one. Because we want this background filled in with the bushes going over top of it, so that if anything peeks through, it peeks through. It felt like somebody was on the porch. Interesting. Alright, so we need our mat. Our mat from the Wool Budgies. don't think we're gonna need our scissors right now. Put those back in our bowl there. Nope, come back. Oh, we are all sorts of fumbly fingers today. So I'm just thinking I might have to move this container at least during art streams. Alright, I need our current project bucket. So we said that our background, our base background was going to be the wine color. That's burgundy. Right, so I did fluff some extra of this. Last night. So Bob had this as a black canvas, right? And he then covered it with alizarin crimson. So that's where we're gonna start. So there's not going to be a whole lot to look at yet on the video portion of the tutorial. Now, we believe we have, hang on one second. My chair is not cooperating. Let me try this. If this doesn't work, I will need to move this container temporarily. Okay, let's see if we can make this work. Okay, everything feels so far away from me. Okay, so we're going to turn a little bit here. So we're going to work on bringing this up to our edge line. Hope everybody's having a good day. Hope you're staying warm and cozy. We are attempting to thaw out our sink drain pipe outside. This might take a few hours. Speaking of, you should probably go check on that in a minute.
Yeah, I'm always doing that.
Alright, so do we look bouncy? I don't think we do. I think we fixed that. We found a way to mount the arm to the wall.
You're not moving significantly. You're good.
Alright. Well, that's something. Is it too zoomed in? Because it looked far away on the one. Was it too zoomed in? Sweetie?
Huh?
Was it too zoomed in?
It seems to be good to me.
Okay.
You can zoom out a little if you want, but...
Well, it's hard to tell how zoomed in, if I'm zoomed in too far on my screen.
It's covering what you're working on.
Okay. Alright, so don't forget you want to pull up periodically. So you don't fully attach to your mat, at least with these mats. I guess if you're using foam, it might not be as much of an issue. But with the with like the felt or the wool mats, kind of need to. So since alizarin crimson is one of his more transparent colors, and he did it on black, it kind of took on this like dark reddish brown kind of look on the canvas with the lighting and stuff that they had in camera abilities then. So just something we do have to take into account. There is actually a bit of traffic trying to happen on these roads in this town, which is kind of hilarious. People are like, oh, I'm fine in my four-wheel drive, and I'm like, yeah, okay. We had to walk to the one grocery store last night to get some cups, because we can't wash anything in our sink yet, because the pipe is still frozen. And, we got to the gas station and some dude came out, got in their truck, and right in front of us as we were walking across the parking lot started doing donuts and spinning themselves out in the snow around the gas pumps. And him and I are like, what the fuck? Really, dude? I'm like, if you fucking hit me with your car because you are dicking around, I am gonna be pissed. Yeah, let's just do donuts around the gas pumps. That's totally safe. Sure. Let's just spin out in our pickup truck being a dick. We were not amused. And we certainly weren't going to attempt to drive on that because he spun the car 180 trying to get out of the other gas station parking lot, picking up our dinner early. It had only been snowing like a half an hour. Oh, we do need to start the car today, though. sure we're still all good there. So we'll see how this goes. We're up above the negatives though. It's like around 9 degrees at the moment. I think last night our non-wind chilled number, our base temperature was at like -2 or 3 or something. I was like, jeez Louise, man. So my wireless headphones decided to get pissy. We're not sure why. We don't know if it has to do with the new UBS slots that we added or what, but my computer's decided that it's not going to find them to connect them anymore. I'm like, really? It doesn't seem to matter if the antenna is connected or not. And we can't remember exactly what we did to make them connect the last time. And they're just refusing. Like, the headphones are charged. It's just refusing to connect them. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, why? Why are you doing this? To which we don't know why. All we know is that it is being a right pain in the ass. So I'm back on the wired headphones for the time being. Extremely frustrating. You should go. So how's that game? Sweetie? How's that game?
Okay. I think you might enjoy it.
Okay. I just like to brush down the back, just to keep everything from getting a little too fluffed up there. Now our top bit's gonna be a little uneven probably. That's okay. Our dowel rods, whichever ones I end up using, because some of these are going to end up with round ones and some of them are going to be flat because I miscalculated how many flat ones I needed apparently. That was the sound of the cat scratching himself while sitting in the windowsill and hitting the window. I will try to get some of the stuff that I exported to YouTube put up tonight, because apparently I have forgotten. I've been preoccupied working on other stuff and forgot to post that stuff there from this past week. Tell you, it's still cold as shit in our room. $100%. Like astonishingly cold. We had ice further up on the inside of our door. Russell's like, it's on the inside? I was like, yeah, look. And I scraped my fingernails across it and goes, oh, jeez. I was like, yeah. I'm not using water at the moment. The fluff's kind of cooperating. Kind of. So we'll see if we made the right color decision as we go along here. I think we may have. I mean, if we didn't, we didn't. It doesn't have to be like exact on point color match to Bob's, because that's just not likely to happen no matter what I do. There's only so much we can do in that department. But we'll get as close as we think we can. So I'm gonna have to come back and add in a little bit right here. So how are we doing?
I had to redesign how it was working.
Oh?
The air wasn't really reaching the pipe.
Okay.
And it wasn't heating up the bales very fast.
Okay.
So I basically went and took everything away, spread the bales out enough that I could fit that platform in there, and then put cardboard above it to keep the hay from dropping down on it or anything.
Mm-hmm.
It has a little cardboard flap to make sure the area gets warm. So we'll see how it goes.
Okay. We'll see. Hopefully. Like, if that section of the house got more sun, it would be a little bit easier. But it kind of doesn't. Until, like, a little bit later in the afternoon. Alright. So we might lose a little bit of our top edge, like I might end up folding it over on itself if the dowels I have are long enough. That's the thing I have to figure out now for how we're gonna address that. So usually start day on a project, especially for doing a large color block, isn't the most exciting. Totally get that, because we're just laying in our solid color. Trying to figure out if we can even see. I mean, it looks dark. It's trying to figure out if you can even figure out the color there. It's our dark wine color. So it's like a reddish brownish tone with just like a hint of purple to it, maybe. All right. Let me tack you there. Oh, we can kind of see the color there. Alright, so I do have to come back still and add a little bit right there. Otherwise, we're doing okay. And remember, our pen line is just a guideline. It's a suggestion of where I want to be kind of hanging out. Because sometimes I'll get carried away and lose my space for proportions and things. It happens. Alright, so we're going to work on this side of our mat for a little bit here. Alright, I tacked that down a little too far out, but that's okay. So I'm looking at the extended forecast on the Weather Channel's website. And it looks like most of our drive is going to be rainy. And what's wrong? What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. My mom may have been scammed again.
What?
Tell you later.
For fuck's sake. You're fucking kidding me? Right. Because of course. Okay, so they've tried to plow the road a couple of times in front of our house. They've not exactly been successful though. Let me try to gently lift that up there. Alright, so I'm almost, this might have been my last piece of this color felt. I've got some darker ones. And I've got some like weird colored ones that are this specific size. So the next one we do might be a little bit darker. I almost went with the darker one today because I was thinking, oh, you know, black canvas and all, maybe we should. But then I was like, I don't know. It might be hard to see what we're doing here, so decided to go with this guy. Whoop! Come back. Fluff? There you are. It fell down into the crevasse. Alrighty. So we're making a little bit of progress here. We are all the way across so far. Alright, let me change my position here. I am caught in my blanket. Ah. Alright. I'm not sure how long we're going to go today. That kind of depends on my body, because I do have a migraine trying to start here. Which is not ideal. At all, but we'll see. We'll see how we go. So I am overlapping a bit here and there because I want to make sure we don't have any real bad thin spots. This isn't a super fast medium for me, but I am using just a single needle. Some people prefer the multi-needles. I've kind of dabbled with the multi-needle. The multi-needle that came with the toolkit that I had purchased had like 6 or 8 needles in it, and that was kind of heavy. And that did make my arm tired pretty quickly. So the single one's a little bit easier for me to work with in longer stretches of time, longer blocks of time at a go. Okay. Alright. So I'm just gonna brush the back of this down a bit. Okay, now you can see we've left some fuzz on the mat. We can just kind of rub that and pick that up. Or we can come back in with our razor in a little bit and shave that down and get that way. And don't be afraid to turn your project if you're having trouble seeing a specific area or anything. You can turn your project. No one said you're not allowed to. By all means, turn it if it's going to make life that much easier for you. Okay. Cannot wait to get my new glasses. Hopefully the prescription works for me. when you go to lift up and release, you just want to be gentle but firm. You like just don't want to like rip it the heck off there. You want to like gently pry it up. Alright, I'm gonna take these off for just a minute because the looking in between is kind of getting on my nerves with my head already hurting, so. So I'm going to have to come back in and add a little bit right there. We do have a slight thin spot showing up in there. Now, unlike the lighthouse one, where I could block in larger sections of color and of the different colors, I think for this one, I'm going to have to add a little bit there too. For this one, I think what we're going to do is just plaster this base color across, right? And then we'll come back and add in the other colors afterwards. Just because there's going to be so much different color kind of happening here. So we're going to spend a little bit more time being fussy. Trying to get everything blended in to where we're happy with it.
Okay.
Hang on, let
It was pure scam. You don't have to mute.
Huh?
Someone got her card information from somewhere. It was a scam. She didn't like knowingly give it away or anything. She may have gotten like one of those gas station things or something. So she already canceled the card. They're getting a replacement sent.
Okay, so it had nothing to do, like they didn't manage to get into Amazon or anything?
No.
Can you make sure that our payment's not saved on there?
I will check. But no, it's nothing like bought on Amazon. It was website scams. Like
How much did they get her for?
They only got her for like 15, and they're already sending back the things. They obviously recognize it as for what it was.
Okay.
So she already canceled her card. They're already taking the charge back.
It's like the third time in 6 months.
Well, she doesn't have great informational security because she's old and a little slow, and she doesn't really do computers, so she just doesn't. Yeah, it's no surprise.
You gonna check the thing?
Yeah, I'm gearing up for it now, hon.
No, I was asking if that's what you were doing.
Yes. Now that I've changed how I'm doing it, I'm gonna go out and check and see how that's doing. Make sure it's not acting weird.
Oh, goody. Alright, not seeing any noticeable thin spots at the moment, so that's good. Now, I know some people prefer to work in larger swaths of color. I tend to go with smaller chunks, just because I find that a little bit more manageable for me and how I'm doing it. Alrighty. Ugh, I hope this works. We really need to do dishes. Alright. Well,
yeah, it's warming up. It's about freezing anyhow, so now we just gotta wait for it.
oh, how are you able to tell it was above freezing?
I lifted up the flap and grabbed the pipe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to touch your project either if you're not sure if you've got all of your fluffy bits attached. Don't know if that was a dump truck or a tractor trailer. It might have also been a pickup. Okay. I keep looking for my mouse. In the wrong place. Alright. I think, Mr. Container, you may definitely have to move for next stream. Oh, because you are not working out how I had hoped. Okay. So getting this start to be colored in here. And I am also purposely trying to overlap everybody to prevent any weird seams or anything. Sometimes it works better than others. I will say that. Okay. Definitely a lot of traffic trying to happen today. The cops were like, please stay home. The roads have snow and ice on them. If you absolutely positively can, stay home. And people are all like, oh, what's that? I can drive? Everything okay?
Mm-hmm. My mother had me check the freezer in there and whatnot.
Was that okay?
Huh?
Was that okay?
Yeah.
Alright, give me 1 second here. I think we definitely have to move this during stream. Because I just can't quite get to where I need to be. So this container might just end up living over there. Maybe. We will see. Okay, oh, that's better. Alright. My one leg was all jacked up. Nothing I was doing was making it better, so. if we move that up. Actually, let me bring that back down. Alright, we're going to be troubleshooting this in real time. Alright, let's try that. Okay. There we go. That way I don't have to be quite so... Alright, so this is going to be pulled a little bit to me, but we're working up top here, so that's fine. Okay. Oh yeah, that's much better. So where do we get the pipe insulation from, like Ace?
Huh?
Will Ace have it, or do we have to go to Lowe's?
I think we might have to go to Lowe's, actually.
Okay. Kofi Bot's here. Stream Elements decided to join us today. Fingers crossed we'll be able to do some dishes tonight. Because this is getting real old real fast. I just like to brush down the back a bit. Just flatten it a bit. find it helps the front be a little bit easier to work with at times. One of the cats is being an absolute spaz. I can hear them running around. I'm not sure which one it is, though. They sound like they're under my desk. I don't think they are, but it sounds like they are. So did anybody get snow? Anybody go sledding? I think the big sledding spot around here is the state park. So with all the trees, I'm not sure how much snow actually got on that hill. But that seems to be where everybody goes around here. One of the safer hills without too many cars to worry about. So I think you are pretty much contained right there. Alright. So fluffy. On the back side, at least. Now, I tried to fluff some extra of this color last night, like more than I thought I really needed. I tried to overfill the bag a bit. We'll see if we have enough. Hopefully we do. Kitty, what are you doing? Who is it? They take off already?
I think they took off.
They're not meowing enough to be Peabody.
Peabody's sitting next to me.
Okay, so that leaves Little, Cow, or Ed. Little only meows when she's playing, when she gets really, really into it. I think I heard Ed meowing earlier. So I'm using just a standard piece of craft felt from like the kids arts and crafts section. Gosh, when we walked down to the grocery store last night, it was so loud. Like, it sounded like we were walking on top of, like, pool floats. Like, it was like this weird, like, squeaky, rubbery noise. It was crazy. So the big blocks of color are a bit time consuming. No idea how far we will get today, but we'll try. We'll try. We're gonna be best friends with this color by the time we're done using it. Because this color is pretty much going to cover the entirety of everything. It's just we have to do it in smaller bits so we don't lose our guidelines here. It'll just be easier that way. And I will advance the tutorial once we get our base color in. Now, I could have probably used some sort of felt that was the right bottom color, but I think that would have looked weird when we started to add in the other color if it was going in on like a completely flat surface, so that's why we are doing our background color. And we're just kind of going with like a neutral gray here with our base felt color. You go with whatever base color you want. We've used neon orange before with a black canvas one, because that's the colors that I had at the time, so okay. At least we got the camera shaking sorted. So we found a impromptu shelf that we had made to bracket to the wall to attach the arm of the camera stand to. But I don't really seem to be shaking my monitor all that much today either. So I'm not sure if it would have been an issue today or not. If we hadn't have moved it, it might have just been because I was like really pressing down on the colored pencils. Don't know. Now, if your fluff's being a little fussy with you not like really being able to manipulate it very well, if it just keeps sliding in your hands, you can take a little bit of water. I do mean a little bit, like just a couple of drops on your fingertips, and just kind of dampen the palm of your hand with it. And then that should give you just enough friction to get that to cooperate. I'm not doing too bad with that today so far. Oh, they're trying to plow again. Didn't really sound all that successful. The sun is out. Looks like we may have made it up to 11 degrees. I mean, 11 degrees, nothing's really gonna start melting, but and we're definitely not gonna be able to get anywhere today. People are saying 62 near our house is still a mess. Hell, as of like 9:30 this morning, the interstate was still only at like 2 lanes, and they only had about 85% of those 2 lanes visible. And some people were saying on the main road that we use to get back and forth to Fayetteville, you really couldn't see the lines on the road at all. And I think we have front wheel drive.
Yes.
So it would be wise for us not to be venturing out at all today, unless that's on foot. Although, there's really no place for us to go, because most places are closed. So I'm not really sure where all these people are going, unless they're like essential workers. Still not sure the camera's in quite the right position. I really think I want to move that camera up a little bit more, but that might involve me zooming in further again. Because I don't think we can manipulate the camera placement any more than it already has been. I'll have to see if I can fuss with it a little bit more after stream. For right now, though, probably as good as it's gonna get, because I have to be zoomed in to a certain degree because I have a shelf right here. And if I zoom out too much more, the shelf's gonna be in the shot. That's not exactly something I want in the shot. I think we're getting decent mileage with our fluff so far too. Seems to be. Trying to stay within our pen line here. Sometimes that works out, and sometimes it doesn't. But we're definitely trying. So you can use roving. We are currently using acrylic yarn that we have brushed out of its twisted yarn state and back to its fluffy pre-twisted yarn state. If you prefer roving, go ahead and use roving. I went with yarn because it was a little bit more budget friendly, number one. Number two, I needed quite a bit. So this was definitely more mileage for the money compared to roving. Because I don't really have the room, or let's face it, the energy to attempt to dye my own roving. Because knowing me, I won't dye enough of a color and run out, and then the dye is going to be different when I go to re-dye it, because I'll not get the mixture quite the same. So that's always the way of it. With me, at least. Number two, I just needed so many colors. Because, you know, Bob makes stuff happen with either his liquid black or liquid clear or his magic white, you know. He gets a lot of shades that he mixes on his palette. I think more than some people realize. But we're not actually making too bad of time here getting this color in. I mean, we've gotten a fair bit of stuff done here so far today. I know it doesn't look like it, but we have. Because it takes time to get all of this worked in. I'm going to try to remember not to pull up from the same spot all of the time, because it can like stretch out our base felt and then it looks a little funny. Gotta try to remember to spread that around a little bit. Sometimes I don't always remember. And there's times where I've gone down like one side and then like moved over. I found that the base felt tends to stretch a bit more, or constrict a bit more evenly. When I work across a bit more consistently. Uh-oh, it's a Momo. Alright, you guys, give me 1 minute. We're gonna have to do a Momo potty break.
I get 'em.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Alright.
Almost.
Alright, never mind. Husband's gonna get the doggo.
Oh my goodness. Hi, buddy. Oh my goodness. These happy tails. More about go, baby. Come on, buddy.
Says, I want to see what's going on outside. I want to pee. Okay. Plus, I find that if I brush it down, I think I might be picking some of that up as I'm going through. It's not quite so out of control on the back. I'm so mad we forgot about this pipe. And that it was exposed. We were more worried about the water inlines freezing and our outside water faucet freezing. Didn't even think about that pipe being exposed. Never had a drain freeze before. Oh, were you gonna check on the thingy?
Yeah, okay.
It's been a little bit. So I take it the water level hasn't changed out there.
Nope.
I hope this is something that we can fix.
Again, it just might take a while, dear.
It's one hell of a freeze.
You understand, it's not going fast, which is on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take hours for it to thaw enough to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's just how it is.
But does it feel like it's getting any warmer?
Oh, it is warmer. It is absolutely warmer.
Okay. Alright, so let's gently pop that up. So you're going to see like a bit of gray coming in. That's from the felt base itself. So we'll see all of our fuzz that we've deposited here. Take a razor. Now it's not going to get all of it, but we can get the bulk of it off of there. That's alright. Ow. It'd be better if I wasn't like slamming my elbow into everything. That's our art pad razor there. Just a cheap guy to get the excess fluff off of there. Alright. So we're gonna have to clean up our edges a little bit when we get there. Because like over here I'm a little wobbly. That's okay though. Main thing is that we don't want to be too far over that line. And we are within it. And I tried to get that line as straight as I could. Since we are using it for a guideline. So that hopefully when it comes time to trim everything, we're not all that was a snowplow, I believe. Or someone's car is in really, really bad shape. But I'm pretty sure that was a plow. Pretending it was gonna do anything. Because all that shit's kind of frozen to the road. Which means I'm gonna have to get out there and try to shovel out our driveway from the lovely plow kicking everything over the end of our driveway. Alrighty. On earth are you? A little tiny piece of probably fiber from our mat there. That's not a big deal. Happens sometimes. Brush all that down. Okay. So next bit here. Although our line seems kind of all wobbly over here, doesn't it? Fascinating. All of this stuff has a mind of its own once we start attaching the fluff, it seems. Alrighty. So what's everybody up to today? Work, school, day off. Grab from a different spot here. Probably be a good idea. Alright, so I've got a little bit of a thin spot right there. So let's see. Just deal with that now. There's no guarantee that what we're doing later is going to cover it. So I'd rather just make sure to fill it in at this moment. So that way I don't have to give it too much of a second thought later. Alright. Oh, did I not do... I never did. Oh, shit. Oops. I know I did Twitter. What's the matter? What? What?
What's the matter?
What?
Not yours.
Do you need your blankie? You're out from under your blankie. Do we need to cover you? What's the matter, sir?
Want Daddy fix it? Not yet. You got right up for that.
Woman's, my blankets displease me. Fix it. And fix it now.
What?
Nowhere near time for dinner, Momo. As much as I wish it was, I am starving today. Uh-oh.
Let's look for that.
What happened?
I dropped it.
So do we need to do another warm water on our side?
Maybe tonight, if it hasn't fixed itself by then.
Okay.
Try another round of warm salt water.
I didn't know if we needed to do that while the heater was on the other side of it. Alright. So we'll get that flipped into there. Okay. We're not doing too bad here. Okay. We look fairly even across there. So I'm gonna come back over to here. Let's see if I can push that a little bit closer. To our pen line right there. I mean, I think we're gonna have a shrub going in there. In that spot, looking at the sketch from yesterday, so we might be able to just take care of that with that bit. So it should be okay, it should work itself out there. So we are using Big Twist Value from Joann's. Really wish Michaels would move up here. They won't, because there's one 50 miles to our south. Or something like that. So they're not gonna. For them, I think that's too close. But yet, you sneeze and you're falling over Hobby Lobby. I'm not sure which is the better Hobby Lobby. There are two, apparently, in our area. We've never been in the other one. Don't like to buy there. Sometimes I don't have a choice. Especially with Joann's not coming in clutch anymore. And Amazon's not always the best price for art supplies. You've really got to do your window shopping. Sometimes you're getting really overpriced depending on what it is. Uh-oh. There we go. We liked that corner, didn't we? Pad didn't want to let it go. I'm not sure what we're doing for dinner yet. It depends on if this pipe decides to start working. I really wanted tomato soup and grilled cheese, but it might end up being chicken nuggets and french fries. Because I don't have enough bowls clean otherwise. As it is, I think we're out of butter knives, like real butter knives. Okay, so I'm just kind of patching that thin spot. Just making sure we're doing all right in there. Alright, let's see, how are we looking? Alright, looking pretty good on the back. Front's looking pretty good too. So did they give you a delivery date on my glasses? Or an estimated delivery date? Let's see. Oh, Momo's back. Are you eating something?
I had something. No, wait, I ain't got nothing for you, buddy. Go on. It says manufactured en route to distribution center. So it doesn't have any, don't have shipping information yet, but.
Interesting.
Again, the estimate was a couple days from now.
Mm-hmm.
Even with the weather, you'll probably get it before the trip.
Okay. Alrighty.
No, you're all done, buddy.
Momo, what's the matter? We have nothing shareable. Mommy doesn't have food. Mommy wishes she had food. Okay. Alright, so that's looking pretty good there. So, let's see. Got a lot more room on this side of the camera. Just kind of there. Like I said, we're still figuring this guy out. I changed the setting on this one light. It doesn't look quite as dark as it did, at least I don't think so. Feels a little bit lighter than yesterday. Not incredibly so, but a little bit. Alright, I'm actually gonna hit this up. So, as far as my headphones go, the wireless ones, we're gonna see if we can find anything while we're on the road. Because you'd be surprised what you would find, or what you'll find at truck stops and whatnot. I'm kind of peeved because these ones were working. And then they decided to nope on out, and I'm like, what? Why? I don't know if us putting in that other USB card made it mad. Did you try putting the antenna in one of those new slots?
That wouldn't have any effect. Again, it's working. It's the same problem we had when we first tried to connect it. Okay? It's the same fucking problem we had. I don't know how I got it working the first time. It just randomly fucking worked the first time.
Interesting. Momo. Do you seriously have to potty again? Did you not pee enough?
Well, then you can go on the pad.
Alright, so I haven't advanced the tutorial yet for those that are joining in. We're still working on getting our background color put in, so there's really no point in advancing the tutorial just yet, because we're not there yet. We need to get our base color in place here first, and then we'll figure out the rest of it. And go from there, really. So I might have a thin spot here. I'm not sure yet. Let's see. Yeah, I do. Okay. It's very, very minor. Of a thin spot. It's like 2 holes. I got one there and one there. So I'm just gonna grab a little bit of fluff here. And just kind of drop that in over that general area. And hope I got it over. Get off of there. A little bit of fuzz that didn't belong. Hope we covered the thin spots. I think we did. like I said, we're gonna have other colors coming in over here. There's gonna be shrubbery and trees and stuff, so it might have covered it, but I didn't want to take anything to chance, because with my luck that would be like a one tiny little speck that's gonna show through under tree leaves or something. So like I said before, it's just easier to just fix it now, and then we're done. I don't have to worry about it. Now, it does look like a weird little circle there. See if I can fan that out a bit. Okay. Now I stopped kind of going directly across. I kind of wanted to work down the side a little bit, because I get bored working in the same spot for too long, like anybody else. Like, it does happen. It's Suzu.
What's your deal?
Suzu wants to go potty. Alright, you guys, give me a few minutes. We'll be right back. We're going to do a puppy potty break. And I'm going to run an ad while we're gone. Well, the ad will probably be done by the time we get back. Or before we get back. So I will be right back. Alright, sorry about that. When doggo has to potty, doggo has to potty. And this time, both doggos had to potty. Okay. So let's just get reset here. Okay. We'll see how this goes. Actually, I'm going to take these back off for now. Like I said, they're making everything feel slightly fuzzy. What time is it even? It is 2:04. So hope everybody's having a good day. Hope you're staying warm. Trying to stay warm. We're still trying to thaw out a drain. It's not working very quickly. I mean, I understand we have to do it slow so the pipe doesn't crack, but there is some stuff dripping off the side of the house, or like off the roof, so the sun's doing something. But we are still very much below freezing. Very much. Alright, let's see here. I haven't actually done a temperature check in a while, but Windows 11 is saying it's 14. It's probably around 12 or 13 here. The town that it's using is a little bit from us, and I think that that town might be at a slightly higher elevation than we are. So I'm not entirely sure how accurate that is to our location. Alrighty. I'm just gonna kind of tack that in out there. So our baseline was a little, our like base guidelines got a little wobbly. So our edges might not be 100% straight, but when are they ever? So we usually have to trim it up a bit, and we usually lose just a tiny bit on the trim. So our base size that we're starting out at is approximately 8 by 10. It'll probably be a little bit under. By the time we're done. Probably. Because that's, you know, just how that works. Right, I'm going to rotate this. So that's good to rotate the pad every so often. And it's been a little bit since we've done that. We're in the boring stage, I guess, where we're just laying in our big swath of color. But hey, the camera's not bouncing, so that's a plus. So that's always a plus. This is usually the most time-consuming part when we're getting started on any of these odd canvases that he does. So it was technically a black canvas, right? Technically is a black canvas. However, he took that and he coated that in the aliz, so it's technically an alizarin canvas, kinda, because he kind of slathered that all over the entire thing as the base color after the black gesso or his black acrylic paint, whatever he used to base coat that canvas. I feel like I missed that thin spot entirely. But I was trying to cover there, and I'm not sure how badly I missed it yet. So that's gonna take a minute to figure out. Okay, yeah, I did miss it entirely. How the hell? My special talent, missing the spot I was purposely trying to cover. Especially since it was an obvious spot. Like, I should be able to hit that. Nope. We got it that time, I think. It's a little bit thin right there, though, still. I don't think it's really coming up on the camera, but it is thin there. And because we're going to be dropping shrubbery in over that, I just want to make sure that we've dealt with that now. So that way it doesn't get thinner and have the gray underneath showing through, because that's not going to work for the tone of this. It's just not. Alright, so let's see, I guess we'll keep going down to our little hill here. We'll see. I don't think it's going to hurt us too much since we've got some all the way across already. Like, as long as we get that initial all the way across, that kind of sets us up for less shenanigans later, I guess. Okay, so sometimes you'll see me jump to a spot that we didn't just go to attach. It was already there. Just because it suddenly looked like it needed a bit more tapping than it did a little bit ago. Just the light hitting it from a different angle made it look a little bit loose. Or maybe I just didn't hit it all in one go properly. Okay. So the plows are trying, but it looks like all they're doing is exposing ice. You can kind of see the road now in front of our house. You can tell there's road somewhere under there now. Last night, man, there was just people driving down the middle of the road. Because you could not tell where the edge of the road was and the ditches started. And the sidewalks, what sidewalks there are around here, are kind of uneven and cracked in places and kind of chunky. Which is fine when you can see them. But when you can't see them, because they're under snow, that makes things a little bit treacherous. So we were just walking where we thought the edge of the road was last night, because it's like, yeah. I mean, there wasn't too much traffic at that point. And we hopped off the road to where we believed the shoulder sidewalk was whenever we did see a car. So it's like, don't slide into me, bro. Because they don't do the best job with pre-treating roads around here. County tried. They did try. Unfortunately, our city is responsible for the bit of road that's in front of our house. And that's a bit of another matter altogether. Supposedly they're working 12-hour shifts. I don't know if that's around the clock or just during the day. I'm not sure. But it certainly doesn't sound like the cars are really hitting asphalt. There's definitely ice out there underneath all of that. Snowed yesterday, it's supposed to snow tomorrow. You may decide work isn't worth driving to. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Cause, I'll tell you, the guy purposely doing spin-outs in the gas station parking lot around the pumps terrified me last night. I'm like, oh my god, dude, you're gonna slide and you're gonna slam into those pumps? Because the parking lot is not very big around the pumps. And he was like right up on them, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, yeah, it's all fun and games until you slam into the gas pump and then everything explodes. Good job, buddy. Was it worth it? You feel bad, but you like your car. Yeah. Just getting too old for that shit. You haven't called out since you were sick in June. Well, yeah, I mean, they're not going to replace your car if something happens to it, so they can whine and bitch all they want, but you're probably one of their furthest out people. Be like, if you want to come pick me up, I'll come in, but somebody's gonna have to take me home too. If it's really worth it to you that much. Otherwise, my ass ain't driving. Yeah, the worst part was we were starting to walk through the parking lot and they saw us. And they were doing it right in front of us. And I'm like, dude, you spin and hit me, we're gonna have a real problem. Because you're doing this on purpose. This wasn't an accident. Oh, I spun out trying to get out of the parking lot. No, no. We saw you purposely do this like 4 or 5 times. So let's not be a fuckwit. Total car years ago trying to get to work on ice. Yeah, they're not going to replace it. They're not going to give a flying fuck. They're going to be like, yeah, but when can you get here? It's like, no. Do you not understand what I just said? The only way my ass is getting there today is if you send someone to come pick me up and take me home. Like, the casino when we worked there, they knew a lot of people came down from Philly on the bus and the train to get to work every day. So they would purposely block out rooms, each department, when the weather was going to get bad, to put the employees up to keep the place running. Did somebody just knock?
I heard.
Okay. Sometimes the cat... No, our room. Sometimes it feels like the cats will touch a wire on the other side of the wall, and it sounds like somebody knocked at our door.
Nope.
Okay. So it must have been a cat fucking around on the other side of the wall. Say that's fine. Oh, my feet are so cold. I hope this pipe fucking thaws, because this is terrible. I'm so mad that we forgot about this pipe. We didn't even think about it. I didn't even realize that it was exposed like that. Oh, this is a nightmare. But we've had to use our fish tank siphon to drain the sink in the kitchen, because we've had to keep the water dripping so the inlines don't freeze. Oh, this is a nightmare. So we can't do dishes. We're out of knives. Clean knives. I wanted tomato soup for dinner. We don't have enough bowls that are clean, because I've had to feed his mom since she's here, and the aunt fucked off to the other sister's house with the 2 dogs because it was going to be too cold in the RV, and they didn't decide this until like the 11th hour. And the other night she's like, oh, well, I'll just go out to the RV and get the shepherd's pie that I have. I'll just eat that for dinner. And I'm like, you're showing me your shoes, which are fuzzy lined Crocs. And we need you to not slip and fall and break something, because you need to be able to function to watch the animals so we can go away, and I already have hotel reservations booked. I need you to not fuck around right now. Please? So we've had to go out there and make sure that the circuit breaker didn't trip for some fucking reason. She seems to think it's going to, even though nobody's in there turning on extra stuff to make it trip. She left the heater running in there after they poured antifreeze in the pipes in the water tanks to keep the pipes from freezing on it, which is going to be a nightmare and a half of a water bill for how much they're going to have to flush those lines to get the antifreeze back out of it. We're going to have like a $200 water bill. I can see it coming. I can feel it. Our water bill for this past month was almost 130 because they were here and we had to do a lot of laundry. And they had a leak going for like 2 days before Russell saw it. So now I have to feed her on top of the rest of us. She was trying to get Russell to make her coffee this morning while she's standing in the kitchen. Russell's like, what do you think this is? Because the kettle's right there. Make it. You know how to make it? It's like, it's not like you're laid up in bed. He goes, you're fucking capable of making yourself a cup of coffee. You know, I'm freezing. The cold air is just seeping in through like every crack in our room. From the front windows and our door. Russell had to go buy a new space heater. He has it set to turn off at 70. It has yet to reach that in the 2 days that it's been running. We had ice on the inside of our front door. And Russell goes, he goes, is that on the inside? I was like, yeah. He goes, no, it's not. And I scraped it with my nails. He goes, oh. I was like, yeah. That's on the inside. Like, it's different if we were in Jersey. Or, like, up his neck of the woods. Because, you know, that area's better prepared, shall we say, and built a bit more insulated to handle that a little bit. This house was definitely not built for that, and it's a very old house. I can just feel the cold air on my legs, and I have a pair of pants on, a pair of shorts on, socks on. I might as well be sitting here with nothing on my legs. That's how cold I am. I have a tank top on. I have a long sleeve shirt on over top of that. I am frozen. The other morning that he didn't leave the heater running all night, he checked the temperature. It has a temperature gauge on it for what it was in here before he turned it on, and it said 57. The past 2 nights we just left it running all night. Yeah, like down here they're like, oh, it flurried. The sky is falling. Sweetie? Hold on a second. I don't know where he fucked off to. Okay. It sounded like somebody was fucking around on our front porch. And that was very odd. There was like a weird scraping noise that sounded like it was right there. It was very loud. It might have been another plow attempting to do something, but it also kind of sounded more shovel-like at the same time. So I'm not really sure what that was about. I didn't see anybody out there. But I also don't know where he up and vanished to. I don't think he went outside. He needs to go outside and check the pipe again. Because we've got a space heater set up outside with like a little cardboard hut around it. Trying to slowly warm up this pipe to try to get the fucking... We think it froze. We'll put it that way. We don't know. It could be. It sounded very strange. I'm like, what? It was probably a plow trying to go by. I mean, they're not really gonna do much if it's solid ice, which it kind of looks like it is now. Like when it came down, it was very fluffy and powdery, and it was blowing around on the road with the wind. But traffic like went crazy the second it started to stick. Why are you thin there? And I guess the heat from the cars going over it like instantly froze it to the road. Just instant. So, they're gonna have a hell of a time getting that melted. Because, let's see here. Let me see. I guess schools were closed today. It is currently 12 degrees with a wind chill of -1 at this very moment. That's not what I wanted to click.
The sink's clear.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
It finally drained?
Mm-hmm.
Was that what that noise was?
That noise was me pouring some hot salt water down there to make sure it was drained.
Oh, okay. Should we dump a little bit of vinegar down there too?
I don't think so. Salt water should do.
Okay, so we can do dishes in a little bit.
Yep. I'm going to go turn off the space heater and bring it inside.
Okay, can we put a pool noodle around that until we can get the proper pipe insulation?
Those black pipe insulator things that my mother had might actually be proper pipe insulation of that size. Won't know till I try it.
Okay, because I know there's a pretty...
A pool noodle isn't going to do anything because it's not the right diameter, so it's just going to have a big open spot on one side. But I'm going to leave the hay and everything in place.
The hay and the cardboard?
Yeah, to give it an air gap to keep it from getting too cold too fast.
Okay.
Okay. But we'll just have to be careful, like, tonight before we start dripping, we'll have to run water till it turns hot and run some water down there.
Well, doesn't hot water freeze faster than cold?
Yeah, but it'll get rid of any ice that built up before then.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so we can try to do dishes in a little bit. Thank fucking God. So, like, tomorrow our high is going to be 21 with a low of 8. Wednesday, it's going to be 39, a low of 25. Thursday, a high of 40. Wow. Oh my God. Thursday, it's supposed to be a high of 42 with a low of 9 degrees. That's a fucking hell of a temperature drop. From 42 to 9? Like, what? And then next Monday, rain and freezing rain. That's gonna be fun. Tuesday, next Tuesday, not tomorrow, next Tuesday. showers, Wednesday showers, and I can't see any further past Wednesday to know if, when we're leaving yet. That's why you don't want to go to work. Morning will be fine, but drive home will be crap and there'll be traffic on the highway. Yeah. So, like, one day next week, we're supposed to have a high of 42 and the low is supposed to be 9 degrees. Like, what the fuck? Did you bring in your blue cord?
I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay. Huh?
I'm going to, but I
Okay. For a second, I thought he said he wasn't going to. I was like, what? I'm like, what do you mean you're not going to?
I'm probably going to start dishes in a minute.
Okay.
Because I'm going to have to sanitize the bejesus out of everything.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to be using bleach as a rinse before I do everything else.
Is that safe?
Well, I'm not going to use pure bleach. I'm just going to use a few drops.
What, in the bucket?
Yeah, I'm going to use a separate bucket just to...
Put some gloves on your hands for that.
Obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you don't normally wash dishes with your gloves. You have to use the black ones because my pink ones have a hole in the one finger.
That was the plan.
Okay. Because some of the dishes were sitting in the sink, and Russell was setting up to do dishes the other night, or the other morning, I guess, before I started stream. And he's like, why are these sitting in water? I was like, I don't know, is the sink clogged? And that's when we realized the fucking pipe was frozen. And he's been skeeved as fuck we've had to use the tub to, like, wash our hands and stuff. Because the bathroom sink kind of drains. But we're waiting till we come back to get a plumber to deal with that. To figure out what's going on. Because wherever the clog is on that one, we can't get to it. We've tried. Drano didn't do shit. And, we tried taking the pipe apart. It's not the trap that's closest to the sink. So we've had to use the tub to, like, wash our hands and stuff. So that's been fun. Not really. I'm like, husband, we've got to get this drain thawed. We're running out of sinks. Oh my goodness. Like, as it is, the tub's backing up a little bit. It goes down once you turn the water off, but it's probably a hair clog there. More than likely. I have no idea when this dog is supposed to get fixed. I'm kind of hoping that the aunt just stays in Oklahoma with the mother-in-law's car until the dog gets fixed and then comes back, so the mother-in-law's already here. I have a feeling that's not going to happen. But ideally, that would make me feel better. Since I don't know if we may have to leave a day earlier than we had originally planned on. Because I can't see the weather that far out yet, and even if I could, it's likely to change, but yeah, pretty much. It's like, fuck's sake, why? Why? We were supposed to take Peabody, or we're currently still supposed to, at this very moment. Supposed to take Peabody to the vet tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to be able to get there.
We'll see. The roads might be a lot clearer tomorrow.
Well, I'm also going to have to shovel when I get done here.
Probably not.
so we can find the end of the driveway.
Yeah, no, if I can drive on the road, I can get through that.
So I saw some people turning out of the corner, and they were having a hard time turning earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Getting enough traction to do the turn. I was like, oh boy.
Some shit's melting on the roof and the road.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a question of how quickly does it melt, and then tomorrow if it melts
if they
up afterwards.
open. Because the vet closed today. Last night they posted on Facebook that they were closing today and that they would try to make appointments up on Tuesday. And I'm like, oh, we were going to call them today and be like, hey, can we bring Momo in with Peabody? Because we don't know what's going on with him. But it's not improving. Like, we don't know if he's getting kidney stones or what's going on. But he's peeing like 2 to 4 times when we take him out. If he only pees once when we take him out, like in one spot, when we come back in, like within 10 minutes, he's going to his potty pad in the house. And then, like, peeing on that, like, 1 or 2 more times in different spots. Like, we don't know what's happening. But this is a little strange. And his pee's normal color. So, there's nothing, like, straight off that we can see that would be causing this. A couple times it's only like a few little drippy drops, and then other times it's a substantial amount. So we don't know if it's just old man bladder or if his back's bothering him. We're not real sure. But he keeps waking me up. Yeah, something's off. He keeps waking me up at odd hours repeatedly. Like, he used to go out on like a 2-hour schedule, but when we went to bed, he would just go on his potty pad if he had to pee. And he's been getting up more and more frequently to go pee in the middle of the night. And I don't know if he's trying to wake me up because he's uncomfortable or what. But he might need to try to Facebook message them later tonight if they do say that they're going to be open tomorrow. So we can try to add Old Man Grumpy Pants in with Pee-Butt. Something's just not quite the same here. And it's been a couple of weeks and it hasn't leveled out. And we haven't, like, seen anything that definitely screams, okay, we need to get to the vet, like, right now, by looking at his pee. So we don't know. We'll see if we can get that sorted for him. So do we look a little bit brighter today than we did yesterday? I'm having trouble. The one light's in my eyes, so I can't see. I switched the light from a blue light to like a slightly pinkish warmer hue. Looks a little bit brighter than yesterday to me. It doesn't look quite so gray. But I'm also not sure if it's this monitor. Okay. Because this is... I'm looking at the new monitor. And I wasn't sure if the brightness was just off on it. But it didn't seem to look all that different between Russ's monitor and this one. So... I wasn't real sure. Because I still can't get the camera hub software to work. Which is fucking ridiculous for how expensive this camera was. But at least we have some sort of camera control through OBS. We've been kinda able to access it through there. So we're gonna try to make your Chex Mix in a couple of days, I think. When it looks like we can get to the post office the next day without too much trouble. Yeah, so last night on Facebook, the vet's like, yeah, we're closed tomorrow. We'll make the appointments back up. And it's like, okay. We don't know if they're going to be open Tuesday or not. Because they're like the next town over from us. And they used to be down a dirt road, right? I think the road used to be dirt, or it was really poorly paved. I think they've kind of graveled it. Or it's a really shitty asphalt that's been graded. I'm not entirely certain. It's not like loose gravel. It might be a shitty pave job that was graded. It was definitely different than I remember the last time I was there, although I don't go with him that often to the vet. He usually handles the vet himself. It's a small office, there's no reason for both of us to go. And then usually I need to stay here to make sure Zuzu doesn't flip his shit, or Momo doesn't flip his shit whenever he takes one of the other dogs anywhere without the other one. Yeah, we'll see if we can get that sent out soonish. This one spot is just driving me crazy. 'Cause it's just refusing. Like, straight up refusing to cooperate. So, Russell had ordered either 1 or 2 monitor mounts when we ordered our desks and stuff. Oh shit, we were supposed to call FedEx today. Actually, they were supposed to call us, and they didn't. Either way, we need to get a hold of FedEx. And tell them that it was a misunderstanding. Amazon wasn't very clear with the shipping information from that particular seller. So when we ordered everything, he ordered monitor mounts for his stuff. And it was supposed to show up like last Thursday. And then it was like towards the end of the day on Thursday, I was like, hey, didn't your mounts say they were supposed to show up today? He goes, oh yeah. So he looked it up and he goes, what? The 19th? So it got pushed back to delivery on the 19th. They're apparently sitting in Little Rock. And I'm like, huh? I was like, why are they sitting in Little Rock until the 19th? This doesn't make any sense. I was like, someone please make this make sense. Like, are we sure? So, the whole desk thing, for some reason, when the company has, like, their whole, like, seller section, like, they have a whole bunch of stuff that up on Amazon, this one company. We had ordered both desks from the same company so that they would be here about the same time, because there was a couple different sellers that were selling the same desk, basically. Some were on Prime, some were not on Prime, some were more and on Prime, and some... The better deal was going direct through this particular seller. It was just going to take a little bit longer to get here, and I'm like, well, as long as it's here before we leave. They originally projected them to be delivered by, like, this week sometime, and I'm like, alright, that's fine. When we went to check on it, it said out for delivery, and we're like, huh? But it's like nowhere near. It's early. Like, I'm tickled, but it is early. Like, huh? So he's looking at it. We ordered both desks. The pictures of both desks were side by side in the tracking thingy, in the shipping thingy. There was one tracking number. We thought, now Russell's the one that was looking at all of this. I didn't look at it because it's on his mom's Prime account, and I don't have login for that. I don't want the login for that. I don't really need the login for that. When I see something, if I want it, I send him the link and he just puts it on his mom's Prime account, and then we pay for it ourselves. So, like, I don't need it. So I didn't get to see the way that the tracking was literally, like, how it was broken down. But from looking over his shoulder briefly, it looked like both items were pictured, one tracking number. One would assume that that means both items are under the same tracking number. Yes? That both items are traveling together. Yes? Well, apparently that is not the case. 'Cause we did some more digging with FedEx, and we're like, hey, we're really confused, because it looks like both of these shipped together. It looks like that from what we're seeing on our end. We were only given one tracking number, so we don't understand. Well, FedEx was real fucking confused, and they're like, huh? They're like, we're sorry, we're only showing the one box that was delivered. And we're like, oh, yeah, we got the one, but we're like, where's the other one? It looks like there should have been two separate items, because they only gave us the one tracking number. And the guy's like, well, all we have in our system is a total package weight of this. And Russell thought that that was the total weight of both of the desks. And as the time is going on back and forth on the phone, and they're trying to confirm what the house looks like, I guess in case they took a picture showing where they delivered it to, Russell was getting really annoyed because he's like, why do you need to lay outside of my house? I said, sweetie, calm down. They're trying to make sure to verify it against a picture that a driver might have took. That's all. Trying to make sure it went to the right house. But apparently, while he's on the phone with them, when he picked the box up, he goes, "Oh, that's heavy," on my desk. And they said the weight. And I'm like, huh. I'm like, are you sure that wasn't the total weight of my desk? Because you said it was pretty heavy when you picked it up to bring inside. And he goes, if it was that heavy, I wouldn't have been able to pick it up. And I was a little confused by that, because I'm like, no, you would have been able to pick that up. I mean, you struggled, but you got it. So I went and tried to find the box, because we hadn't shredded it yet. And I finally found the shipping weight on the outside of the box. And that was the weight of my desk. So now we're really fucking confused, and we're like, alright, so FedEx is like, well, we'll keep looking into it. We contact Amazon, and we're like, hey, when this, like, on the tracking, on the order page, both of the items were pictured. There was only one tracking number, and we've only gotten one of them. What's going on? Where's the other item? Amazon's like, alright, if you don't hear back from the seller by this date, get back to us. Okay, fine. Within 24 hours, we had an email back from the seller saying, oh, here's the tracking number for the other item. And it was out for delivery. And we're like, what? What? Had we known there was 2 different tracking numbers, we would have never bothered FedEx. But apparently they only gave us the one tracking number, from what we could tell. Unless Russell didn't click something. But it was very confusing with how they had it set up. Oh, yeah, that was great. And we're like, oh, okay. And I said to him, we should probably call FedEx and tell them that there was a misunderstanding and a miscommunication from the seller. That it made it look like these were both under the same tracking number, and it wasn't. We really need to call them back so that they stop looking into it. He goes, well, they're supposed to call me back on Monday. He goes, I will tell them then. And I just realized we haven't heard back from them yet. We might not hear back from them. They might see that the other one popped up in the system. And they're probably cursing us out for being dumb motherfuckers. So, but it really looked like they had shipped together with how it was presented in the order information. And I'm like, really? Yeah, I'd be surprised if they called to be... Yeah, I mean, we probably won't. Russell was having a really hard time understanding the dude anyway. I thought his accent almost sounded slightly French, and Russell goes, no, that's... He goes, I'm listening to him, because I was only partially hearing him. He goes, no, that's not French. I was like, oh, from here it's what it sounded like. He goes, no. I was like, yeah, but you could kind of understand him. He goes, yeah, kind of. But we were just really annoyed because it made it look like both desks were supposed to be under the same number. Because why picture both of them with the same tracking number saying it had shipped? That's why we were so confused. This one section down here is refusing to cooperate. I don't know why it's refusing to cooperate, but it is. But you know what? I've got plenty of fluff. And we're gonna end up filling in this section in here with fluff, with this same color fluff when we get there, so it's not like a huge catastrophe. But, yeah, so I think the only thing we're really waiting on is his monitor mounts and my glasses. At this point, I think. And his mother got scammed again. Found that out earlier, live on stream. I'm not sure how she realized she got scammed. I'm pretty sure that this is the third time she's had to have this credit card replaced in the past 6 to 7 months. Fortunately, it seems as though they only hit her for $15 and the bank is refunding it. And I guess putting a stop on the other thing. We don't know if she got skimmed or what. Sometimes it's really hard to see or tell that those skimmers are attached to certain card readers. Because sometimes they do have them disguised pretty well. And she's not the most selective about where she uses them. Like, if Russell and I thought a gas station looked a little sketchy, we would move on to a different one. But I'm just like, how does this keep happening? How? But she'll also spend money on like Facebook mini games and stuff. So who the fuck knows if she got scammed through that? Entirely possible. Some of those Facebook games seem kind of sketchy. Like those app games. Even some of the ones for my Kindle look pretty sketchy sometimes. There'll be like 5 games that all look like they're the same game with slightly shittier graphics going downhill. And then, you know, they all have the microtransactions. So we're not entirely sure how it happened, but I do know she does the microtransactions. And I'm like, stop. I'm like, why are you wasting money on this? Just go get another free one and wait for your lives or coins or whatever to refresh. Seriously. Don't give them money. Especially not the sketchy ones. Some of them are okay. Some of them are alright. Not all of them are weird. But, you know. Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, Russell equated it to the mentality of a 6-year-old sometimes. And that's how he has to handle her sometimes. At least this time, she was here. Now, I don't know if she caught the weird charge or if the bank caught the weird charge. Or if they both realized it at the same time. But a little bit earlier during stream, he goes, oh, for fuck's sake. I was like, what? He goes, I think my mom thinks she might have gotten scammed again. I was like, are you serious? Like, the same card got replaced twice within like 3 months while she was away. Like, shortly before they came down, I think. Or no, you know what it was? One of them was in the early summer. And the replacement card showed up. And we didn't send it to her right away because we kept forgetting to. And she wanted it sent to her sister's son's address. But they weren't there yet. They were still in New York, so we were waiting until they got back to the sister's son's place before we sent it to make sure nothing weird happened. And so we were just kind of sitting on it. And then we finally sent it to her. And then, out of the blue, like, a month, no, like 2 to 3 weeks after we sent her the card, something came in the mail from the bank that card was to, and it was another card. And the husband and I are like, huh? We're like, what is this? Didn't we just do this? Why is there another... We were very confused. We're like, why is there another new card? And he ended up calling her, and somehow she had gotten scammed again? Or something? And I'm like, we just sent you the card. It hasn't even been 3 weeks. Like, what is happening? She got hit with the stupid Xbox gift card thing. Or someone was trying to get her to buy gift cards. Someone was trying to buy Xbox and PlayStation gift cards on my Amazon account. Except the card I had attached to my Amazon account had like $5 in it. Because we don't normally use that bank account. That's like the bank account that I use for art stuff, where if I need to buy it, he'll just transfer the money over to that account. That was the account that I was using when I was running the Etsy shop and stuff, just so that the Etsy money had somewhere to go on its own, and I had something to pay the Etsy fees out of and stuff. So, so they were trying to buy them with that. And I hadn't even realized that that account had been hacked. Because I thought my password was pretty substantial. I can't remember it. I have to write it down. I'm like, how the fuck did you even get into that? That password is so fucking convoluted. With all the weird things in it. And, they couldn't ever get the purchase to go through. Because there was never any money on that card. Oh, we left a lot of fuzz there. The pad likes the red. That's for certain. The cats have a plastic spring, like a cat toy spring. That's what that noise was. The weird clicky clattering. Alright, that's a little better. I don't even know how she does it. No idea. So we had to deal with that earlier. So we've switched over. I'm in the process of switching over to the bigger quart bags from the sandwich size ones, and that's working out a bit better. And get a bit more fluff in there. Hopefully I won't have to refill them as often. But I didn't get that far last night with filling fluff bags because it does take a little bit longer to fill that size. So it could take me, I don't know how long one of those bags takes me from a fresh bag though, because so far I've just been swapping the smaller bags of color to the big ones so far. Alright, let's see. I guess I didn't overlap that section as well as I thought I did. Perhaps. Alright, let's see, what time is it? Okay. So, apparently a whole bunch of schools are already closed for tomorrow. Oh gosh, there was a video floating around on Twitter earlier near the University of Fayetteville on the campus grounds. I guess a lot of people were asking what the roads were like around the campus. So somebody took a video of a fire truck trying to go up one of the roads with tire chains on and was like gunning it, and their wheels were just spinning. They couldn't get up the hill. I'm like, oh dear. Russell saw it and he goes, that's pretty bad. Those are heavy vehicles. I'm like, yep. The hills are pretty bad in Fayetteville too. There's a couple hills near the university. Like maybe a couple blocks away from it. Where if you're at the top of the hill, like the road, and you're looking down the road, it's like almost like if you're here, it's not quite straight down, but it's pretty damn close. It's pretty fucking steep. I'm like, good lord. Like, why do people live on these streets? Why do they put housing on these streets if these streets are that dangerous in the winter? Nobody can fucking get out of their house. Because if they do, they're just gonna slam into any cars that are potentially parked on the side. And if they do go down the hill, they ain't getting back up. That's for damn sure. That needs a little bit more there. You always say because people build and buy in the summer. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, nobody really wants to hunt for a house in the winter, but at the same time, you need to stop and take a look and be like, okay, what's the weather like here the rest of the year? When was the furnace last replaced? I would like to look up pictures of this neighborhood in the winter. Are there any? Try to find Facebook pages or whatever for that area of town or that town altogether. So you can go back through posts about people bitching about the roads and stuff. Yeah, it certainly seems that way sometimes. Like, him and I have to think ahead for what we're eventually gonna do. Now, we might not end up moving, but I really don't want to stay here. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. There's a lot of stuff that bothers me about this town. Having to pay high water bills and not being able to drink the tap water is a thorn in my side. Because then we have to buy bottled water. Having to pay to buy trash bags from the city's waste department that has the city's name on them. Oh, exactly, boss, exactly. And the last 3 boxes of bags that we've bought, whenever you go to pull the strings, and you're not even pulling that hard, at least one side is ripping out of the bag and is unattaching. And we're like, what? The one set was ripping off the bag just below where the tie section is. So the bag is separating. And I'm like, why do we have to spend $5 for a bag of trash bags that are falling apart? So, because these bags are unreliable, and you can sneeze and they rip down the side, or the strings come off. I don't know how people use these as their main trash bags. We have to buy double trash bags. So, we buy the city bags, and then we buy another box of normal trash bags from Sam's. So we have to put the city bag over top of the regular trash bag, or else they won't take it. It has to be in city bags, or it has to be in a city can. Now, if you sign up for the city can, you're like, oh, we don't have to buy the trash bags anymore. This is true. However, you have to pay a monthly fee for them to pick up the city can after you've purchased the city can. So you have to buy the city can. Then there's the monthly service fee for them coming to empty the can. And then if you have more trash than what'll fit in your city can, if you sit it next to the can, they won't pick it up. They will only dump the can. So, and I don't know how many cans they let you buy, but I'm pretty sure that service fee is per can. I think. I could be wrong, but I think it's per can. And it's like 17 something a month. I think. I could be wrong, but I think that's what the monthly service fee was on top of it. Because I remembered looking at it, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Apparently, the city bags were to keep the dump from filling too quickly. Because nobody wants to pay for more bags than they absolutely need, and they make you sign up for a plan. And you have to figure out how many trash bags you're gonna go through in a year. And they have different bag allotment plans. So if you go over your bag allotment plan for the year and you run out of bags that you signed up for, you have to buy more bags by the bag. They're $3 per bag if that happens. We ended up going to the largest plan they had just to cover our ass. It doesn't cost anything to get on the plan because you buy the box of trash bags by the box. But, yeah. I'm just like, what? This is fucking stupid. But yeah, so between Russell's crippling anxiety, my anxiety, which isn't as bad as his, but close some days, depending on what's going on. We kind of have to figure out contingency plans ahead of time. So like for this trip, he's gonna try to do, the plan is, yeah, for one bag, $3. And most people go through, what, like a family of 3 to 4? Like 3 to 4 trash bags a week, maybe? Depending on how much you're throwing out. Like, we might do 3 to 4, maybe 3 a week. It depends how much the cats have been competing in the litter boxes. But some of the people that are just outside the limits burn their trash. Or burn what they can. I've known some people that have lived here for a while that they're like, yeah, no, we're not paying that for the bags. They're like, we'll throw away what we can't burn, and what we can burn, we'll just throw in our fireplace. And I'm like, that's not exactly the best alternative. And they're like, yeah, but we can't do a burn barrel because we're within city limits. And they'll never know. Because like they'll throw like kind of compostable stuff in there, and I'm like, I hope you get your chimney cleaned because that's gonna leave all kinds of residue in there. I'm just like, wow. We get one free spring cleaning a year. They call it spring cleaning. Where you get one large trash removal a year for free. Where it doesn't have to be in a bag. Like, it doesn't have to be in a city bag. It can be in any bag. Or it can be, like, larger objects that the trash doesn't normally pick up. As long as it's not hazardous. So, like, if you've got furniture you need to get rid of that you can't get to the dump, or just a lot of stuff. I feel bad because we've got a ton of trash bags outside right now. A ton. Like, there's like a mountain. But the desks came packed in styrofoam. Like big sheets of styrofoam that we had to snap to get into the trash bags. And they were well packed to make sure nothing cracked or anything, so there was a lot of it. I've got a mountain of cardboard sticking out of my recycling buckets outside. And we also cleaned. Like, we did a full-on cleaning that we've been neglecting. I haven't finished cleaning yet. We're talking about turning the direction that the bed's facing so Russell doesn't trip on his desk the way the desk is sitting. Because it ended up being bigger than he realized it was going to be. And the shape was not what he thought it was, even though he was looking at dimensions and stuff. It just didn't translate. It's kind of like a corner desk, but it doesn't point into the corner. It like, so if this is the corner, it's sitting like that. Like this is like the back of the desk. So he's got all this space back there and he goes, huh? He goes, it's a corner desk. Why isn't it cornering? I'm like, it wasn't cornering in the picture. I don't know what the fuck you were looking at. Because I had looked at it and I thought it looked very you, but at the same time I said, oh, that's a lot of wasted space in the back. Like, I remember mentioning this. But we had a hell of a time getting his desk together. 1 to 2 screw holes were not lining up on the side panels of his desk. So his desk is like a piece here, and then there's like 2 like wing pieces that come off this way at an angle. And the wing piece on each side, like 2 of the screw holes, 1 on each of them I think, were refusing to line up. Because I was trying to help him pull and push and lift up, and they were like off by like half a screw length, and he's like, God damn it. He finally got enough of them attached where it was secure. But we fought with that thing for like easily a half an hour trying to get that particular piece to grab. Mine only had 1 screw hole that was being pissy on the one shelf where it was just slightly off. I think we finally managed to get the screw to grab it. And it probably would have been okay with the 3, but I was setting the fish tank on it, so I really wanted the 4. I mean, it's only a 3-gallon tank, but still. I really wanted to make sure that was on there. And this one seems a bit more solid than my last desk. But yeah, so we usually take advantage of the spring cleaning every year to get rid of the shit that we don't feel like dragging to the dump, putting on the trailer. And stuff that we can't recycle. So like all of the cat litter buckets, like the big like 40-pound cat litter buckets are number 5 plastic. And our city will not recycle number 5 plastic. They won't take it. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? So it's considered trash. Do you have any idea how many of these buckets we go through in a year? Quite a lot. So we try to reuse them as much as we can. We have so much stuff stored in them because we're like, hey, free tote. It's an awkwardly sized free tote, but hey, it's a free tote. Like, we don't have a closet in our room. There's like 2 closets in this house. 2.5 closets in this house. None of them are ones that we can use. So we've got like our socks, like his socks are in one bucket, my socks are in a bucket. I've got like underwear in another bucket. And then we have, like, stuff just stored in them. He's got buckets of RPG books and, wires for various computer things and just general storage. We've got them because they stack. Get more and more restrictive as time goes by. Yeah, it's a nightmare because I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna do with these? Apparently his uncle uses them for whatever the fuck he's doing, like I guess the storage bins or whatever. So his mom's supposed to take some of our excess ones over to him, but I guess when it rolls around for us to do our spring cleaning, we're gonna we usually get rid of a whole bunch then. Sometimes I use them for recycling buckets if I'm desperate enough. If my big totes disintegrate, because we only have one actual recycling bucket for the town that actually says recycling on it. We've had to improvise all the other ones, and that one's broken in the bottom's all cracked, so we only put our like paper and cardboard on that one. So it's either we use a shit ton of these cat litter buckets that we've drilled holes in the bottom of so that they drain out any water from rain or whatever, for recycling, or I have to go and buy like Rubbermaid totes, like the big ass totes that you could probably sit in for recycling buckets. And those only last so long before the cold gets to them and they shatter. I've had a couple just like disintegrate, where I've like picked them up and the cold and the heat temperature fluctuations have just gotten to be too much, and like just pieces of it snap off. I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice. That's helpful. But we can take recycling to the dump ourselves because they've got the buckets, the big bins there to drop off yourself. However, the bins are behind the gate that they lock, and the gate's only open until 2 in the afternoon. And I'm like, who the fuck's got time to get here before 2 o'clock in the afternoon? I'm barely functionable, or I'm busy doing other things. So we kind of need the bigger totes in case some weeks I just forget to put it out. Some weeks I don't feel well. So the recycling doesn't get put outside, it's still in the house. Or the weather's shitty, so I need bigger bins. Because sometimes it's 2 weeks worth of recycling that we need to put out at a time. So apparently they didn't pick up trash today. You didn't put yours out last week? Yeah, like if it's like severe thunderstorms or if I just don't think they're gonna be picking up for whatever reason, I don't bother. Some weeks I've thought, oh, they're not picking up today, and they did. Sometimes they'll walk up and grab it from where we have it sitting, because they see my mom outside all the time. And I guess they're like, oh, old person, let's help the old person out. I guess. I don't know. Which is nice, because they didn't have to. Because I can't keep up with the fucking holiday schedule for trash pickup for this town. It's not obvious. And I will say, I knew there was some kind of holiday coming up. Holiday. Like one of those, it's a holiday for some people and it's a holiday for, and it's not a holiday for others, and I couldn't remember what it was. And I had seen talk of Martin Luther King Day being the first available makeup day for the school district, but I thought that Facebook post had said that was the 19th, and I was like, okay, so today's the 15th, and I'm like, are they picking up trash today? The only reason I thought that they wouldn't have been would have possibly been because of the weather. You had crazy wind. Yeah. Sometimes it's very windy, and I'm like, yeah, no. Like, if they're predicting, like, severe thunderstorms, or, like, we're under wind advisories, I don't want plastic bottles all over the place having to chase that shit down. Our recycling bins don't have lids on them. That's alright. I'll just skip the day, thanks. So, I checked the city Facebook page last night, and all they had posted was something about thanking the city workers that were working like 12-hour shifts trying to get the roads usable. There wasn't anything about trash or recycling, and I'm like, so are we picking up? I hadn't seen anything from the police posting about road conditions either, and I was like, okay. And then I hadn't seen anything about the school closing school today, and I'm like, were they already off? Like, I'm confused. And I saw like none of the local high schools posting that they were closed today, so I'm like, so I was really confused last night. I'm like, are they really leaving this till 6 a.m.? Like, what the fuck is the point? I mean, these roads are not going to be passable before then. Like, huh? They're not seriously going to leave this to the last minute, right? Like, some of the private schools and some of, like, the preschools and stuff had posted that they were closing. I'm like, well, why aren't any of the other public school districts posting? So I guess I didn't realize today was Martin Luther King Day. At least I think it is, judging from what I've seen. Because now I'm seeing stuff saying, oh yeah, a whole bunch of schools are closed tomorrow already. And I'm like, okay, well, this is the stuff I was expecting to see last night. I'm like, it is now Monday, right? Like, I'm confused. Like, you didn't know it was a holiday. I was wondering why all the damn kids were at work. Yeah. I'm like, I was so confused. Because some people have it as a school closed day, and some people don't. When I went to at the Catholic high school I went, they didn't observe it. And a lot of the kids of ethnic backgrounds were really mad and didn't understand why it wasn't observed. And the school's like, we're a Catholic school, we don't have to follow those holidays, we get to pick our own, and we pick a lot of saints days that the public schools don't have off. So meh. That's how they answered them. But I did not realize. So, and also, to my credit, I also went to the city's page last night. And looked up the holiday trash schedule. And it was still listed for 2023. And I'm like, what? Why isn't the website updated for 2024 yet? We're like half a month into January. Who's supposed to be taking care of these city web pages? This is kind of important. You guys didn't post anything on Facebook last night that I could find saying anything about trash or recycling today. No reminders about no pickup today, or pickup will be on Tuesday or whatever. Nothing about, oh, well, the weather's bad, we're not picking up on Monday, we'll pick up Monday and Tuesday on Tuesday. Nothing about, oh, don't forget, it's holidays, trash pickup. You know, Monday and Tuesday will be picked up Tuesday. Like, nothing. And when I went there, there were dates for 2023 and something about Martin Luther King Day. But that was 2023's calendar. And I'm like, okay. But the same things don't always fall on the same days as year to year. I mean, days move, like, huh? I am confused. Like, I don't know, man. Fucking damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. Seems like half the time. So we threw all of our trash on the curb last night. And a nice little hideous mountain around the base of our mailbox. What? Because we're way overflowing the trash cans. And we have our mountain of minty teal green bags all around our trash cans. And I'm like, are they seriously not picking up trash when I got up at like 9:30? And then still couldn't find anything on Facebook when I got up about the trash pickup. Nobody's saying anything. And I'm like, huh? Could have at least given a reminder to people. Not everybody has like kids in the school system that knows like what holidays are going on, and sometimes you guys still pick up on certain days. Like, I didn't know if this was considered a city day. I mean, technically the city crews are working on the roads, so they're doing something. They're working regardless, but... And I had seen snowplows on the underside of the trash truck, so I was like thinking, oh, they're gonna pick up anyway. Like, that's not really the issue. And then I opened YouTube because I was checking messages and stuff this morning when I woke up, as I was waking up, and then I saw like videos for MLK Memorial, and I was like, huh? And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, was that actually today? I was like, I guess that's why the trash didn't pick up after all. At least that's what I'm assuming. I'm still real confused. I don't know. I'm battling a migraine that's trying to start on top of it. So, if I keep stopping, I'm rubbing my eyes. Because the light's a little bright. Oh, we're gonna be stopping soon anyway. I can't see what time it is on my computer clock because my glasses are off. But hey, we got the camera to stop shaking, so yay! It was funny because Russell's like, we don't have anything thick enough to attach to the wall. I'm like, yeah, we do. He goes, no, we don't. I said, yeah, we do. What about that monitor stand you made? That you just trashed out, you threw it out on the trailer. That's thick enough. He goes, no, it's not. I was like, yeah, it is. And then I was like, but what about this shelf here that we made out of a piece of random wood that we just L-bracketed to the wall? And then he's looking at he goes, oh, that's not, it's like, no, we L-bracketed it into the frame of the window. He goes, oh. And then he's looking at the clamp on the bottom of the arm for the camera. And he goes, oh, this does close all the way. I was like, yeah. He goes, oh, I guess we can use that. He thought that it only closed to a certain point, so it had to be thicker than that, but no, this one actually closes completely. Alright, let's just see here. Alright, so I've got a thin section right here. So I do want to hit that up before I forget to. Because it's not super obvious. It was almost 5. Yeah, I'm an hour behind you guys. So if he actually managed to get that thing draining, I think we might do tomato soup after all. I really wasn't in the mood for chicken nuggets. Depends on if he's gotten any bowls clean. I mean, I am really hungry, but I'm also, you know, if you've had migraines, then you know you start to get a certain feeling with a certain level of head pain, and you kind of know if you're gonna be able to eat or not, and you can kind of tell when your window of being able to eat is about to close. Or at least I can. I don't always get... I'm not always sick, but I will get nauseous a lot with them. And what I took earlier, this didn't even blink at it, and I'm like, oh dear. I was like, yeah, I thought I took it early enough. Now, I'm not sure if it's because I woke up sleeping on my back. I don't normally sleep on my back because it does give me a headache. But this feels like it's turning into more migraine because it's starting to drift around my eyes now. I have an idea of what's causing it, but hormones are not kind to me. So I will get a lot of hormonal migraines, which suck. But I want to get this done and over with before we leave. So it's like, I don't want to be traveling and battling a migraine. I'm probably already going to have a headache to begin with while we're on the road, but just from like the car motion. I'm okay for short amount of times in the car, but if we're like on a long haul road trip, just the fact that, you know, we're doing interstate speeds, just trying to make sure that the traffic doesn't run us over. So what is that? Like an average of 70 to 75, depending on where you are. Some places have raised it to 80, which seems ridiculous. I always get mad when he starts like edging up. I'm like, you're going over. And he's like, yeah, but the traffic's like on my ass. He goes, we're fine. But like 8 hours of that, and I'm like, oh, my head hurts. But I think we're gonna pause there today. So we didn't do too bad today, considering we're in the middle of putting in a large chunk of color. It's 55 here, you do 55 and you get run off the road. Yeah. Oh, toad. I read that as road. I don't have my glasses on. Like, I can kind of see without them, but I have to get a lot closer. But yeah, like around here it's 60 to 65, and they've been trying to enforce the 60 because there's been a lot of construction in certain sections, and I'm like, you better make sure you're doing 60 at least through the construction, because we're the ones that are going to get nailed for not doing it. It's just the way it seems to go. And I get real nervous when we go through Virginia a lot, because it says that it's being monitored by aircraft, and you can never tell if the aircraft's actually up or not. And I'm like, so does that mean that we're gonna get a ticket from an airplane or a drone? Like, is the drone just gonna nail everybody? Or is it taking into account that you're gonna get run over and cause more of a traffic problem? Or like... Like, I'm just like, what? I think it's either Virginia or West Virginia. I think it's Virginia. There's a stretch of interstate in there. I want to say it's Interstate 80 or 81. I can't remember for sure. Where there's signs posted that says speed monitored by aircraft, and I'm like, oh goody. They're more looking for the people that zip between the lanes and act a fool. Yeah, I hope so, because we tend to pick a lane and stay in it unless we know we have a exit or a merge coming up that we have to take. We usually find somebody that seems to be driving sensibly, and we will try to stick with them. Like, there's been times where we'll be behind a semi or something that seems to be pretty even keeled, or like another car or SUV or something, and we're like, oh, they're our traveling buddy for a while. And we get so upset when they like take an exit or merge onto a different highway. We're like, no, our traveling buddy, come back. It was so nice to be behind you because you weren't like being erratic or anything. You were keeping a constant steady speed, and you weren't constantly changing lanes and being dumb. And you weren't like randomly slamming on your brakes. So we like finding consistent people to stay behind. But right now it looks like it's going to be raining through most of our drive, which sucks, but as long as it's not ice or snow, we're good. But I have to see. It's just sucky because it looks like it's going to be like raining for a couple days here at least before we leave, or showers. And it looks like we're going to be traveling with it, so we're not going to get a reprieve from it. And then there says showers, I think, a day or two that we're in my brother's area. And showers are kind of like off and on things to me, so we might be able to get some stuff done outside, like outdoors, those couple of days. And then I was seeing like the same days it was looking like it was going to rain down in the Keys. I'm like, no, do not tell me it's going to rain the entire time we're there. But I did find out why prices were so expensive the end of April, or the middle to end of April. It's because they're celebrating their secession from the United States that they did, what, 42 years ago? Or is it the 42nd celebration? I don't know. Like, they rejoined the country. But they still celebrate, what, the day, the week? Whatever that short time period was it 2 weeks that they left the country to prove a point or something? And so they're having like 10 days of festivities. Maybe it was 10 days. 10 days of festivities and like fake battles in the harbor and stuff. And I'm like, oh, so that's why they checked up hotel prices. That makes sense. But I think we're going to stop there for today. We didn't do bad, all things considered. So Sunday we'll pick back up with this. We'll pick back up blocking in our color for the background up here. And then once we get all of this shade put in, we'll start to layer in our more reddish color, and then like our oranges and our yellows, trying to get our glow in from the fire flickering. So so it's not a bad start. And then this in here is like the little pathway, and then this will be the water, and this is a little thingy coming out into the water. So I couldn't do that much pre-sketching because, you know, we have to get the colors in up here that are going to be reflecting in between the trees, so there really was no point kind of blocking out where the trees were going to be. So but this color is going to end up being like our background through all of it. It's just I'm going to do it in stages, so that way we can still keep track of our sketchy lines as we go. So that's where we're at the moment. We'll see how this one goes. I'm still a little bit nervous on this one, but we'll see what happens. So thank you guys for hanging out with me this evening. You guys stay warm, stay safe. Don't forget your outside pipes and drains. And I will see you guys probably Thursday for Coral Island. I don't think we're going to be doing an extra stream this week. I'm tired, and I've got a lot of yarn I still have to deal with, and I have some editing I've really got to get working on. So I will see you guys later. Thank you. Don't forget to follow the socially do's down below. That'll take you to all the places. And have a good one.